So we go to our setup. Okay, let's see what next we need to do. Let's kind of add a button to this. Is still my own kind of button design. Let's get to see what Shad has to offer us. Let's see what it has to offer, and I hope it won't break on me when I try to do some stuff. The last time I tried it, it was breaking on me. So I want to add button components. Please don't break. Please don't break. It looks like it's gonna work this time around. So it's doing what it needs to do, and I think my button theme has automatically been created. So we have our button right there. So these are the components. These are all the things I have myself. So this is the new stuff being created by Shad. Okay, why are you having issue with variants? Okay, I just imported you and then you're having issue with this. So I have this weird button here, which, let me say disable. Okay. I'm not a big fan of having errors. I'm a big fan of that. So let me see what this guy is saying. We have the button right here, but it's not working here. Bash refresh only works when file only exists on component. Use a new file to share. Okay, I'm going to just ignore that and do as if I didn't see it and then continue doing my thing. So let's get to test this and see how that works in the sign-in section. We have our page, which is supposed to be available over, which is here. That's our sign-in. It's taking too long for me to find the sign-in button. So this is our sign-in button. This is supposed to be signing as another user. Yep. And I want to use Shad button. So how do we bring Shad button in? There are different ways, but I'll just be simple. Import that. I know it's gonna look ugly at first. Yeah, that's it. But why go through all this trouble if I'm gonna start up, it's been ugly, and I have to style it like this for start looking fine. Okay. So let's try that again. What the? Okay, so that's our button flexing himself. I'm gonna use what I did here. And this, I don't know how people like this, but that's what it is. That's what you get when you do. Okay, so that's our button. I'm still yet to see the benefits of using these over what I was using before. Okay. But the idea is to make sure that I have a common design principle or design theme across board. Let me look for click me. So you see that this or this. So this is the one I designed, and this is the one that came with Shad. So what are the things that came with this button now? So now this is the time for one to now start looking through the documentation to see what you can do with a button. Because this is me doing just using it directly. Let's go and see what the button holds. Button. It looks so nice here. So, oh, we have variants, we have several things that it can do. So let me use the variant option that I have here to see at least if it will give me something better than what I have. So this is what I have here, like a kind of outline, which is not bad. So I will need to remove all this one and properly style it to give me the desired outcome. So the desired outcome is that I want it to fill the whole place. So I need to look at all the available option. So if I do, so destructive, that should be a red kind of a thing. Destructive is not giving me anything. Ghosts. So I guess I've missed out on the settings in terms of having the color to show what it needs to show. So the documentation, you have your settings. Okay. You have your size, you have your variant. So which one does this one? So by default, we are supposed to have the white kind of effect. This outline, this is secondary, and this is ghosts. This is destructive that we're looking out for. So, but for some reason, we're not getting that effect. So I'm guessing we need to do some importation. So I believe that we're not getting all the style in. So let's see how we can get that theme showing, because we are not seeing the style as we expect it to be. So we are missing some style. But even though we have Tailwind imported, I think I'm missing out some things in the installation. So let's see what we have in the component parts. Configuration tailwind config ts. Use utility classes here. So let me see if this is working. So that's the problem. I don't think these things are working. Okay, so let me see what I've done here. you. Okay, so let me try something new. Let's try something new. So I thought something is wrong with the something is wrong with the styling. Okay, so the button is kind of working now. So the destructive is not working. Outline is also not working. Okay, link is working. Consider the link is working. So let me check outline again. Outline is working. So something is wrong with the, I think CSS destructive is not working. But it's not like it's not working, but maybe that's just the thing. The template for destructive is not just activated. Yep. So let me check. So let me check other things that we have in the button. So I don't know, destructive style is not kicking in. It's supposed to be kicking in there, but it's not. So let me see what. So it was specified here. Okay, so we need to make sure that the index is being loaded. That's one thing. And the way we can make sure that it's possible is from the main. Oh, I'm in the wrong main. Okay, there's an app. In the main, we loaded the index. Okay, so this without the index. And there's the index. So meaning the index is being loaded. But our index is kind of deformed because for some reason, oh, this is going to dark mode. Who generated this index to start with? Did I do this index page? I think this is new. I think it was added new. Yeah, I didn't add this one myself. Okay, I think this is new. So let me remove what I discovered inserting the components here. Let me remove this one and see what happens. I have to compile again. Yeah, I think I need to compile again. Now I've gone to do it. I've spoiled everything. So tailwheel. This is a configuration thing. So here we should have something like this. Now okay, so we're getting somewhere. Let's try to run this again. Let me check back my button. What's that option again? Better. So we have that option coming up. Which other option do we have again? We already have outline. Do we have secondary? Let me see what it's called. Ghosts, we just fade in. Yep, like a ghost. Then which other option do we have? I think it's picking it up now. Then I can go and try what we have before and see what happens. So let's give it a try now. Let's see. It's looking funny. Of course, because I have it all wind up inside this my own custom thinking. Yeah, it's looking more like it. So we didn't have this style resolved before, but now I think I've resolved a couple of things. So I can then do my variants, and let's now try destructive. Cool. Of course it's not going to be a ghost, but let me try my ghost. Wow, it's really like a ghost, as if it doesn't exist. So which other one do we want to do? Outline, yeah. Good. So this outline is going to be like, this is going to be outline for this guy. That's what I'm eventually going to use for them, hopefully. Or I could just maintain this. I don't need to do anything serious for them. Now, how do I apply? Because I want to make it fill the whole section, not just sit like that. Okay, so let me do my signing, and it's supposed to be, so this is the old one that was there. it's supposed to have a kind of is the automatic submit button? Okay, it's an auto submit button, so I don't need to add any event to it. So I already attached to this form. Now what I want to do is I need to make it 100% and make it align text to center, because I didn't see anything in documentation that helps to do that. But let me see what this guy would do for me. If he would do, nope, he didn't make it 100% for me. He just did it like this. So like 100%. So let me see, how do I make it? Definitely this is not the solution. So the way to go is to, okay, so it has its own class name thinking going on for him, and I can do full width. Ah, better. Well, I like what was there before. I like my design. I like my design before. So I need to add my own design thing to it. So this is what I have before. All this was going on for it. I'm gonna maintain everything. Yeah, I'm gonna maintain everything. So let's see how it then look. Good, but the no, not everything is going on well with it, especially the border. The border is terrible. So let me give you guys a close-up look on what's going on. So I have rounded. I don't think I need to do anything about the rounded edges. Gradient should be good. The gradient thing is all well and good. The hover effect is the border that I'm having issue with. Okay, it's outline. Yeah, good. So because it was outlined, that's why I had the border thing. But apart from that, we're doing great. Now that I've successfully brought in buttons into my projects as a means of testing that Shad UI can work into my system, I can then thank you Facade for that. Thank you. I'm just seeing your comments. I got HTML exam tomorrow. Is HTML exam a thing? I don't know if people are doing exam with HTML. Wow, that's interesting. So let me kind of see what else I want to do. There's a lot of things that I want to do with the UI. This is a full page. Like I said, there's a lot of things I want to do, but first of all is to make sure that this thing is a little bit upset. It's not fully centered. Who agrees with me? It's not fully centered, but I'm not looking at that for now, so I'm gonna worry about that one later. But I just wanted to make sure that a button thing can come in here. Now I don't know if I should start working on, I will not touch these guys, because apart from the fact that you are using ShadUI or any framework, sometimes you might want to also bring in your own design, right? You want to bring in your own look and feel. When we get into the application itself, you can then focus on doing the main thing. Okay, let's go to how we are going to design we want to bring in more tools. This is just a snippet to test that the whole thing is working. How do we go on bringing other tools in? Before we look at bringing other tools in, we want to design the home page, like the login screen. And I'm gonna take a what's it called now? I'm gonna pick stuff from their sites, from their main websites, like what they did, and I'm gonna pick the decision to use. There are several forms of login, landing login page, right? I'm opting for something like this. I like something like this, so that's what I'm opting for. But I'm kind of, also like this idea. This idea has made, this projects being refreshed. It makes it look refreshed. When you have this idea, it makes you concentrate and focus on what you want to achieve. So this is not also a bad approach. So I've not started deep into the programming part, so I don't think I'm using Stank as a full framework. I'm just picking what I need to do and then slam everything together. I'm not all into one particular framework. I use bits of this, bits of this, bits of this, and I'm good to go. Okay, so I'm trying to settle in on the idea to use. Definitely, I'm looking at using. This is not also bad. So I'm looking at using something like this because of my background with pictures. I love pictures. But now how do I want to do this? Because if I put by the way, we're also on YouTube, so if you want to look at it on YouTube, you can go online on YouTube. Yeah, I think it's gonna be better because the screen is bigger on YouTube, so you get a full experience. So if I use this method, the thing is that I'm not going to be immersed in a full experience of the home screen, the background. I'm not going to feel the background. That's what I feel when I use this. When I use this, I'm going to get the full details, but I'm not going to get another message out. So with this, you can also get another message somewhere here to the client or something. That's the benefit of having this dual screen mode. Now I'm kind of what do they call it now? Rock a hard place to pick where to go on for, but I'm kind of leaning towards this guy because that has always been my memo or my MO. It's kind of hard to decide. This is not bad. With this, you always have a message. With this one, you always have a message to display. With this, no message. You're on serious business. So this is what I would say. Maybe if you want to sign up, you come here. This will be sign up page, while this will be sign in page. But is that kind of not having too many things to worry about? Because that will end up you monitoring you're bringing too many concepts in just one single. And by the way, this is gonna look awesome on mobile because of the borderless view. So you have to also worry about when you get to mobile. When you get to mobile, you lose guard. You lose all these guys away, and you just maintain something like this. I think I'm going to implement this one. I don't know how it's going to turn out. Let's see this guy. That's the 2-column guy. So my whole attention has been drawn towards this. It's going to be a full picture. I'm looking at putting a full background and okay. I'm trying to see how it will play out. I'm trying to see how it will play out before I start writing the code, because once I start, we are good to go already. I think I'm leaning towards this approach more, even though not at risk, but I lost the ability to convey more information to the user. Oh, this is nice. This is how you get to see the mobile. Yeah, I want to look at this. Yeah, this is nice. So when you do for this one, this is where, yeah, I wanted to say this. This is beautiful on mobile. So this will just look like this on mobile. Very great. No need for the border. But we can always transition anyone we chose or chosen into a mobile section. I think I'm gonna pick this for signing in, and I'm gonna pick this for signing up. We're gonna use two. So since we're on sign in, we maintain the sign in page like so. Let me see what it did in their coding. Okay, so they didn't have the icon thing that I have here, and I won't change my form or try to edit what I've done. I will just leave it like that. Let me see their button. Of course, their button is going to be just simple. This is the login form, and the button is the button. So very simple. Type is submit. I didn't even put type in mine. So let's touch base on what we've seen so far and compare with what we have. Now, I've mentioned that we're going to use this, but there's a difference in what we have. Number one, we'll need to center it. This guy is not centered. If it's offshoot. We're not going to use every single component. Well, if we have the opportunity, we'll make sure that we use every single component from Shad as much as possible, because I didn't use most of the component. I just did normal HTML components, and here I see that they have quite a lot of component card and what have you. They have everything loaded in there, and it gets to provide better understanding about how things work. I think we might end up bringing those things on board. Okay. Let me go in with the brand. Let's start with the brand. So this is the brand, and we want to put it somewhere on top, not where we have it there. And then we'll start changing whatever we need to change as we go on. Okay, I did mention that it was off center. I hope it is not the zoom. No, it can't be. Okay, it's the zoom that made it off center. So everything is in center, because I would have wondered why is it off center, but it's actually now in the middle. So it was the zoom effect that I had in place that made it look like that. Okay, so let me take this guy up a notch and start working on the brand. Now the brand, which is the logo, it's supposed to find its way on top of this, and that is going to be a little bit difficult to pull off, but let me try. So if I do the IV and I say logo, yes, I know that it's going to give me problem. I know it's going to give me a problem. I saw this coming. So we're able to do a footer like so. Okay, I got you. So we can put it here actually. Yes, it can actually come here. I have a cleaner picture, but we'll make do with this. So in a way for us to use as many tools as possible, we have to see maybe what they used in their own stuff. I want to see what they did in their logo section, and sometimes you might not be too into it that you will not even understand how to do your own basic HTML stuff. So let's just go ahead and use HTML to do the needful. Okay, so we'll make this number one. We are not doing okay. I'm gonna cover it in that. Let me see. I don't need it inside the width. No. I use Bootstrap more. Okay, I can just call it Flex. Because right now I want to start writing Bootstrap. I remember that I'm not doing Bootstrap. So this is supposed to be, is it item center? It's not item center. It's more of like, yeah, okay, item center. And our color is supposed to be text white. We are supposed to put everything in the center. So that's we justify center. And of course, this is supposed to be way smaller than what it is now. So maybe 16. So let me zoom it so that you guys can see what's going on. We are trying to remove this one from here. Let me even see what background the white will be. Okay. But I think that white is too much. Let's see how it goes. Then this one now becomes the last person that logged in. So this one will not be or this would be the last tenant that use the system. It is a SaaS application, so the tenant logo can be there. Is that a thing? Okay, I'll think about that later. So we can have that there. So how do you put padding? Let me say padding. Is it supposed to be padding or margin bottom 4? So this is supposed to be 1 or even 0 still. Let's see what 0 does. Okay. So I have this going on here. Of course, it's still too big. Let me do 5. Now it's too small. It's looking like a square, which shouldn't be, or rather a circle. Let's see, 6, 6, 7, 7. Now we can push this one by m end to, okay, it also use m end, that's me, just like Bootstrap. Okay, let's see how it looks like when we reset it like so. Oh, it's looking too small. I can't make, well, it's a choice of the fact that we're using a colored logo, we can have another variant of the logo that will be black, so that it can push forth the context of what you're trying to do. Let me see if I'm doing transparency and see what it will give me. That is not good. That is not good. So if you're using transparency versus white, let me see what I will get with black. Definitely not good. Passing very funny details into that place. Okay, so I have our office line edge sitting there. Okay. Oh, there's blue. There's no blue. Now that that part is done, I think I should still put a space on the bottom. 6, 7. This stuff is so interesting. This guy will give you can put anything there and it will just be calculating it and be generating what it needs to generate to give you the precise stuff that you need to do. But I think this guy needs to be bold. How do you specify bold? Wow. So this is how we do it in Bootstrap. I can't remember the bold part, but typed nonsense into that place. Well, I get it. Okay, font bold. Okay, so that is more like it. Okay, so I have this part with the sign in to office line, more of like welcome back. Sign in to. Okay, so I have welcome back for someone that has been come before, but if it's your first time, you can just say sign in. So I think this should be distinctive. Then there's too much space on the top. And yep, I think we don't need it. That should be removed. So let me bring somebody in. We are coming back to this. Okay, so this is what I was trying to set up. Welcome back. This is totally not looking cool. I don't know if I want to maintain this, but every ounce of my body is telling me that I should shift this to the middle, like so, and have the name and the title, then your password. So everything my fiber is telling me to do something else. So if this is the cached user, so I do this one. I've already put in the flex. I can remove it from flex and put this one in flex instead. Scattered it. So if I do this guy like so, and I can do you like this, But the idea of the whole thing is that you guys should be in the center. Add a flex column. Okay, good. So, okay. Now that means that let me make it big. So that means that this guy needs to be bigger. So I can use 20. Yep. Then the space in between these guys are too tiny. Where is that gap? Okay, yeah, got ya. Let me see what happened to gap 10. This gap is not applying now. It's not working. Is there something called flex gap? Okay, there's nothing called gap. There's gap, but it's not just applying. So let me depend on this guy. Okay, so let me go for the name. Oh, the gap is supposed to be here. Gap 1. Okay. But it's not necessarily necessary at that point anymore, because I'm concerned about each of the name. There should actually be a div. And margin top. Okay, this is the guy that's supposed to be setting the row. So this is supposed to be centered. Why is it not centered? That should be justify. We know they respond though. Okay, that should be on this. Okay. That should remove this one. Okay, so I'm thinking this is more like it, but the distance is distance from here to here should match distance from here to here. I think this should be a little bit. Yeah, more like it. Something is telling me that this guy needs to be a little bit bigger. I kind of, yep. So 24, 22 should be just like it. Yes. So if we're going, we should just welcome ourselves in, and we can welcome ourselves out. Then I can forget that this guy ever came in here. Welcome back. Yes, so sign into office line. Put in your details, put in this. I guess that flows works. That flows just works. I like this. So this can be like this, and anytime you want to come back here, you still will still present you with this to come in. The company that you belong to, I'm looking at how that will come in, but I'm not really liking this. I'm not liking the way this is showing. I'm not fully convinced that that effect is good like that. I think if we have the black version of this, that would be better, so that it will just punch itself in. I think because the image or the logo itself is rounded, that's why we have it like that compared to what they have here. So it gives that makes it look like an icon kind of, but this one being an image, it's kind of different. Yeah, the color thing is playing tricks on the eyes. So if it was blacked out, the white will bring out the construct in it, and then everything will just feel cool. Okay, now that we have that flow going in and out, I want to concentrate on other parts of the system, which is signing up. Yes, that's onboarding. So if I okay, I've not even done forget password. Do I want to do that now? I think that is also very important to work on. Obviously, forget password is going to copy from what we have from this same sign in, sign out effect. So nothing so special. Let me quickly create that part. I can just duplicate the login and call it forget. Is it forget or forgot? TXS. So we have that page created, and I'm just going to bring the page in. Forget PWD. I've not even gone to create it though. So we should have public route that anybody can access. Forgot should point to this. Then we can go and do the needful and start chopping things off. So we maintain the same thing. However, this is supposed to be, because you notice that we are repeating some things like this footer now. This is supposed to just be like a template whereby we'll use a React route, then we'll use outlets inside here. This one will just be repeating itself, but those things will be reorganized very soon. Now, if I click on this guy, let me see where it takes me to. So it writes the whole forget password things, you know, for in full. It takes it a whole lot serious than I think it should, but that's fine. So I'm just using forget past tense, forget. Okay, I think we just stick to one of them there. Then wherever we must have done forgot password somewhere, this is where we literally used it. It should just be forgot like so. So that when we do forgot like so, it brings us back to this forget password page. Now I can start only focusing on the design that has to do with forget password. This is the background thinking going on. This is where you don't want to repeat yourself, and making sure that you put everything inside a layout. Yeah, that's the word, layout. So it's supposed to be a layout thing. Talking about layout, maybe I should just work on the layout thing, but let me quickly do what makes this page unique. You are not going to be worried about social login, so you're not going to be worried about cached user, so definitely going off just to make sure that we're inside the right page. We're not in the right page yet. Okay, yes, we're in forget password now. So the forget password will have its own routes or routine that you have to take. Like, do you want to send OTP? Do you want to verify? All those things will need to come to play. So I'm removing quite a lot of stuff that we will not need to use. Then we'll set up the authentication layout thing. So we're not worrying about, okay, if it is not the guy. In fact, what I will just do is, where is the form? I'll remove everything. And just tag it. Yes, let me leave it like, so where did I say welcome back? So I'll change it to forgot. Okay, so let me just do this one, and here I'll remove the cached information. Yes, so this is forgot password. Now let's implement we want to implement the authentication layout so that we'll share code base. In fact, we'll share it with quite a lot of things, and that's the reason why you want to use one single template for signing and what have you. So we can still use it. That's fine. So these are the routes. This is the layout. So this is the app layout itself, inside the application. And I'm going to create a new one, which is authentication layout. Alt layout. So why do I have this context here? Okay, that's something else. Now I'm just going to copy everything in my app layout and put it inside here and do adjustments. Okay, so here I don't need all this screen mode thing. I don't need this bar. I don't need to resize anything. Why did I even copy itself in the first place? Okay, I didn't have to copy everything. So, but I know that I need this outlet. I don't need this one, but I need the outlet guy. So this is gonna be called authentication layout. Now in this layout, we have a perfect design, which is the login. The login is like a perfect design, which will contain, this is the header structure, the header of the whole thing. And we're also gonna have the background thing going on. And I think we stop here. This is where we stop, bringing the whole thing in. And if I go to this guy, I can then close, this one close, this one close, this one is closing itself. Really? Why are these guys closing themselves like that? This is wrong. So this is supposed to be like this. Yeah, this is supposed to be like this. So that inside here is where we'll have the outlets. So let me see. is a tag, not a function. So we have our outlet there. Now while that one is still hanging there, we can look at it very well. Let's look at what we just did. So here we have that our main content falls into here, which we are going to load in. Then our footer goes in there. So where's our footer again? Let me study it very well. Our footer goes at the ending. Okay, stay side by side with other things. So this is supposed to make content. This is the outlets, main content. So side by side with this guy. So this is supposed to be, let me check one more thing. Oh, okay. This is closing by itself. So that was correct. This was also correct. Oh, that's interesting. So I can go back to authentication and do this and do my outlet like so, so that I can delete this. Now the next thing is to plug anything that logs in, anybody that's using it inside this outlet. Before I do that, I need to prepare the login to actually just show the login, which is just show the main content. What that means is that we're doing away with this guy. Wait, oh, think about it. So it means we're doing away with this guy and we're doing away with all this guy. So we're left with just this guy. So let me undo. I know it will not allow me to undo. Once you've messed up this tag thing, it just gets stuck in this form and it's not allow you to do some things. So when I get into this row like this, it's only God that will help you. Let me see if I can break the hold on it. Let me try. Because most time once you get on that part like that, you can't undo it again. So what I normally do is to discard changes. God help you if you've done a lot of changes. That will just be gone. Discard changes. So the only thing I know that we've done is the fact that we have added the buttons, which we didn't do here. We've done in other places, so that's not a big deal. So I'm going to delete it one after the other so I don't get into that hold again. These other guys are good. I'll remove this one, so I will cut this one out and paste it over here. I still get into the same locking. So if anybody know how to get out of this hold, let me know. But I want to repeat it again. I think I know my mistake, but since I have it in my clipboard, I can actually delete it and repost. I think I have it in my clipboard already, so I don't need to. Yep, so I can do something like this. I think the comment was the problem, so I can actually pick. Yeah, that's good. I have it in my clipboard already, so I could have as well just done that. Now my button, we have to bring in the button that we remove, which is sign in. And just remember that we did quite a lot of updates and we discarded them in the sign in. I totally forgot about that, but it shouldn't be too hard for us to quickly replicate. Wow, that's serious. Shouldn't be too hard for us to replicate though, but let's just go ahead and bring in the button. But before we bring in the button, let's go ahead and complete the template thing. Now that we have this one working like so, you have to find a way to tell the system, especially the routes here, that you are in that section. So that's how we did this one. Okay, so the way to do that is to anything that is going to be public, well, not anything that's going to have that route that we're trying to do is going to be under authentication layout. Yes, like so. So any other thing can also be coming this way, but we want to do it this way. Now that means that by default, when you come here, when you are here, you want to, we didn't even specify page that we'll get to when we are here, but by default, when you hit that part, you should use this template and the content should be login. This auto correct thing it's causing a lot of issue for me this evening. Then if you do this, now what you've just done here is that you set, I don't even need to comment this one. So this one can be login. Yep. So when you are here, it's login, and you can also reroute to index. So if you did not specify any paths, you should also go to login. So if you then specify a path, you should go to login. So these two should take you here. So if you specify, good and fine. Now let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. So let's start by not specifying any paths. So not specifying any path worked this way. Unfortunately, we have to correct all the things that we did. So that's that part which it has done. The next one is, let's try the forget. Of course, it's going to bring some funny stuff. Okay, this one also have this whole thing. So when you click here, you have these results which we need to go and do. So if I click on the forget, so we remove all, we only maintain this one here, and we'll delete every other thing. So that's the, is because it's empty. Now if you put the content inside, you can see the footer still remain, and that's the idea of the template. So if you put every other thing, they fall in place. Now the logo should always be there. It should not be part of the template. So we need to put that in the authentication page and remove it from here. So good thing is that I did it here, so to reduce our work. So if I go to authentication page, where did I even have it? I think I'll need to put it here for safekeeping. I'm still coming to it. So we didn't finish our work. We didn't finish our work. Okay. Let me go and add this one to, I'm not adding it to the login page, I'm adding it to the authentication. There's a catch. It won't work in the authentication page. There's a catch there. So if I put something here, is somewhere here. So I have to find my way inside the login page. So we put it somewhere inside. This is where we put it. No, I think a step higher. Yes, this is where we put it. So in that case, we need to take this one out and take it to the authentication page so that our page can start from here. So we need to take these two to authentication page or authentication layout. So we go step higher. We do this and we do this. And that becomes our main content. You are just doing your own thing. And that becomes our main content right there. Then your logo can sit here. Okay, so if we remove this login page, then we can, I think we can now remove this one. Yes, we can then remove this one safely because they've now been represented inside the authentication page here. So this code that we stash, let's go and make use of it and put our logo in place. Okay, now that we have that one there, let's further refine our login page. Our login page does not, let's now look at our forget page. Our forget page still works. Our logo does not need to, login page, we don't need this in our login page, which we talked about before. So the whole of this guy is going, and we can maintain some decorum so that we'll put this one in center back, just the way we did it, and we'll be so quick audit. What did I do again the last time? So the first thing was that I need to isolate this guy. That's this, I need to isolate him, and while doing so, this needs to be inside here. So he needs to be on top. But with that, we also need to be in a flex column. And that said, it also needs to be justify center or item center. Items center. So we need it to be bigger. I think we did 22 if I'm not mistaken, but we also provided a space at the bottom, margin bottom. Yes, I think we want to do 5 to give this guy and this guy equal footing. Then we move this guy to the, change this ones to div, but I think they are still fine. Just change them to div. I did something here. I said this gap was useless and this one was supposed to be centered. Who is controlling them? Justify center. I think item center. Okay, and I think we're good to go. Do I need more space? Yes. Now, if we do forget, the forget thing comes in there. Let's now do login from forget. Let's navigate to, let me now bring in my button. A button that I've refused to use. Let's say login. I remember now. How do we even do? Unclick navigate, click use navigate react route navigate to. I'm laughing because I've not used this button to create an event before, but okay, still cool. So once you do this, it goes back to this. So they tend to manage their own circle. We're using the same templates. We don't need to write, repetitive code. That's the idea. So the forget page just focus on forgetting, while the login focus on just logging in. And the content we have here will just only deal with forget page, and that will be the same for every other page that will eventually work on. So if I go to the authentication page, or layout, okay, let's not jump the gun right now. So now we get to look at what are the pages that we need. We need 2 more pages. Apart from the fact that you want to do a forget page, you need to also verify your, maybe if you ask OTP to be sent or something like that. So there needs to be more pages to be built. So let's see how we can clean our page. This is the forget page. I don't know if I should tell this guy to just do it for me or something. Okay, handle submit. What am I doing here? So I'm trying to get the user info. So handle submit. Okay, so I want to let AI build some things for me. Let me quickly feed it some data. So I just fed it some data for it to design something for me so that I can move on with my life. So based on what it has designed, I'm going to share that information. This is what the guy designed for me. Are you kidding me? It's not even coming up. Why? This is supposed to be the forgot page now. This is still the This is still the login page. Okay. So this is what this guy designed for me. I don't know who sent this to add this border for me. So let's clean that off. That's over Sabi. So much better, but I think it has played with something that did not send it. I don't know if he needs to do this one. Okay, I need to put that as automatic so that nobody plays with it. So I like the design here. I don't want you to play with what we have, even though it might come in handy for someone to be able to modify that to give you. Maybe I should leave it like that, but I can just copy what I've done from other parts. So for login, okay, so we have, this is what was done for login. So for get, I can also implement the same thing. So focus on the same style and theme. Why is the forget password black? Okay, so that becomes how to reset your password. Let me see the button that it uses. Unfortunately, it didn't use the new button. I don't know why, but let's go ahead and use our new button. We spent, oh, okay, so this is a link. So so we can just call the variant a link. Let me even see what's happening here. Okay, that is accepting a variable. So that becomes a link, but there's a problem. We need to style it. I thought we fixed the styling issue. Why is it coming black? Okay. So we have something like so. Why is it not moving to the edge, to the edge? So what's wrong with this guy? Okay, so it's time to read. So the problem is the gap here. Not the problem. Interesting. Okay, we'll get to you later. Okay. Even looking at this guy is supposed to be in the middle or something. I think it's supposed to even be in the middle. Has changed his mind about coming to the middle. Okay. So we've removed the navigational effects. So this is supposed to be login. So that you can go from here to here. So the idea, you can see that this one is kind of bold. Yeah, that's the idea of doing all these things. As in using the right components for the right thing, because this is supposed to be a link. This one also supposed to be changed to a link. Signed. Okay, this one can be subtle, right? Maybe not bold. But this one is a decision you need to quickly make. So this send reset link is supposed to create a kind of there's a process while that this one is going to go through. So normally it's supposed to do an OTP kind of thing. In fact, that will take us to the next page. We see how to make use of the OTP stuff that ShadUI has to offer. So I think we can move into that approach once we finish this one. So we have this, we have forget password, sign another user. What else are we missing? Okay, so let's move on to the next page, which is the third page, which is the OTP page. This OTP page will be used for various purposes. There's the OTP to verify. Why do I have this page built like this? This guy is getting longer, so I need to create. Now I'm repeating myself here. Alt. So I move this guy into here. I move login into here, and I'm gonna move verify email. And the idea is that people are going to be registering with email. They need to be able to verify that, oh, they are the one that owns this email, and you're only going to be doing that with OTP that will be sent to your email to confirm that yeah, you're the one that sent email there. Okay, so I'm going to Where is this one? Do for OTP. Use SHAD. So we've created for verify email. So the verify email is gonna come with OTP. So it means we're gonna install some components from ShadCN now. I have AI generating this code for me. So of course it's gonna give us some issues. So we don't have this OTP thing available. But before we even do that, verify OTP. Do we call it verify OTP or verify email? Let's say verify. I'd rather call it verify email. Now that we have verify email, why is this guy like this? I see an error. I don't like seeing red. Okay, I'll just play cool for now. Let's see. Let's do as if we didn't see that. For now, so we need to go to the endpoint for the verify. Well, okay. Because I was thinking if I just want to create pages for these things. Sometimes you might not need to necessarily create a special page to verify an email. It might be from there immediately to just change the view. But verify email. Verify email can come at any time at the point of registration, the point of forgetting password and what have you. Yep, we are stuck at the OTP stuff. So how do we install the OTP thingy? So I think is here. Let's quickly check out that can be installed. Impute OTP. I like the OTP kind of a design. So let's bring it in like so. So we have our OTP. I think it comes with quite a lot of stuff with it, but there are yeah, it comes with different options. I think we're good to go. So how do we jump into that link? I will just make this link jump into the OTP section. I won't really do much. Send reset link. Send reset link. Hey, what have I done here? I didn't think this through. Normally when you okay, I'll just go with the flow. Because forget password doesn't really send OTP. It kind of sends an email to you to, you know, work with, but I'm just gonna go with the flow for now, and I'll just jump to verify OTP here. Verify. It's called email. Verify email. Nice one. I like the interface, but we can do much work on it. It's kind of too. Where's my background? I like the interface, but it's kind of small. I need it big. Okay, what kind of background is this? Give me something interesting. Verify code. Verify OTP. Enter SSD verification code sent to your email. This is more of like when you are trying to sign up, so you have to verify your email. So let me see what we have in terms of styling. 6 was set. I think I like the group thing. Let me see all the options available. Let me check it out. Okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. But there's no... Okay, this resending. OTP resent to your email. Okay. And this going back. I don't like the way it puts the interface for that part. So that's where we need to work on. Okay, let's see what we can do on the group. But I was thinking we can style because I need it big. It's too kind of small. So let's see, how can we make the OTP stuff bigger? And that is where we have the slots guy. So here is where we can specify the class name, and let's say width of 19. Oh, okay, so this is how we can play with this guy. So let's say I don't have issue with the width, height 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 is always okay. 5 is always okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 is always okay. Why are you disturbing people? In fact, I think I always... Okay, 5 is good. Before you start getting people guessing your OTP, I think 5 is not bad. Now, the next thing I wanted to do is also the texts. Let me see what this one brings further. Yes, I want it to be sharp and so that you know what you are imputing there. Okay. So we went to that place manually. Verify email. Yep. The next part is the bottom part of this part, which is kind of very ugly. I don't know why it's like that. Okay, resending. Back. I'm kind of don't like the way this part is designed, but at this stage now I don't have a choice. Just have to use it like that. So This one goes to, this back goes to forget. This one goes to, it triggers a sample resend to just form as if it's resending it. So there should be like a timer. Why is this one looking dull? Okay, because it has automatically sent it. It's looking dull. So as if it's disabled. Of course, it will be disabled until you have a value. Yes, okay, that's normal. So if you don't have a value, it should be disabled. Once you have a value, it should be active. But I noticed that it's still working on 6. So it should be 5. I want it to be 5, not 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. So I still need to look at where we have 6 roaming up and down. That needs to change to 5. I'm thinking of making this into group where I think they should be in the middle. But it should be in the middle. And I think that's what this one tries to achieve, but the system did not agree for it. Okay, no, that's something else. All of them are all this one is not going to obey me because it's not inside the flex. Okay, so this guy is not necessary. Okay, so there needs to be like a space so there will not be accidental discharge. I think there should be like a separation, like a divider. Let me check something. So that it distinct. So let me see. Does this guy have like a divider or something? Because the divider is not working. So is there a divider? It's not divider. Interesting. Divider. So it's called separator. So let me see how that separator guy works. Interesting. So let's try it out. Let's bring it in and bringing it this way. Let's see how that plays out. Okay, I can still make sense of the separator. I can't see the separator anywhere, obviously, because of our team. Maybe that's why. Let me remove, let me be hash and say background is black or white. PG. Okay, let me see black. I'm not seeing the divider. Let me check if I'm missing out on something. Is it me? So this is what we're expecting. We're expecting to have nice looking stuff like this, but for some reason it ain't coming out. Okay, or the orientation, by default orientation is horizontal, so I'll just let it there, let it just sit down there. When it finds time, when it's ready to show, we'll show his face. Let me see without it what it to show. Okay, without it it creates. Oh, maybe because we're flexing our muscles. Let me see what happens here. It didn't still give me the view. I don't still have what I'm looking for. I don't want accidental discharge. There should be separate points to click. Okay, back. So this was created by me. Created this one myself. In fact, let me go see what I call that one that I created myself. I called it I didn't even call it any name yet. I didn't call it anything, but that's by the way. Let's continue. So we say verify email. You come here. This is supposed to be, this is too, the space is too much. But let's get to see how it will look like on a normal view. So I can put a word out, but let me just leave that one. I was supposed to write didn't get a token, resend now. I could have done something like that, but I can just leave it as it is and move on with my life. Set. Which page is this? Where do we say continue? Okay, so let's remove whatever is not needed. Okay, so that becomes what we have there. The next thing I want to do is okay, so I think we're getting somewhere. It's not logging in again. So login is not working again. My login is broken. Okay. Let's change this one to button. Oh, but it actually logged in. Let me see. So there's an issue. It's logging in, but it's not moving. That is a code issue. It's not redirecting. Okay, it is redirecting, but it's not changing our page, and that's because of our new That's because of this. Where is it again? That's because of this part here. So it's stuck. It's stuck at the index part. So I'm trying to rethink our approach now. So if I refresh, it will always bring me here. Even though it's logged in, it will always bring me here. But I want it that okay, so I have to change the require authentication so that it will always bring me to, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And I guess that's why you have something like this. I'm sure you must have seen something like this. That's why you have something, but I don't know if this is gonna work. I've not tried something like this before, but I've seen it several times on browsers. Let's log out, and then you will see it. So you have to provide a page that actually exists. Okay, sign to another user. Okay, let me first fix the issue. So this one, the entry point of these I hope you not mess this thing up for me. Don't mess it up for me. So this is the base part where we want, so you can see that automatically it has logged on. So this one is working well. So if I do sign out, it will bring the authentication part in. So let me try something. This is the first time I'm doing this. I want to check if it will work. But I've seen it a couple of times on sites where they have something like this. Yeah, I've seen something like that a couple of times before. So apparently it worked in the browser head, but it's not showing anything. It's not showing anything. Yeah, and that's not actually safe for your browser, having to pass hash parameter into your browser. It's not really that safe. So let's go with auth. But I don't want to use auth, but let me just maybe like that. Okay, let's go. Now let's try and log in again. If I do, I hope every routing is still working. Yep, thought as much. Every routing is broken. So where we have our forgot, we need to put the auth in front. Then this one we need to put the auth in front. Then when you have verify email, okay, we do not say verify email anywhere, but we did say login somewhere. So anywhere we say login, especially in our application like this, you have to do auth login. so that the new part is not registered. So if you do forget password, go back. So these things are now registering. Now the next part I want us to also do, I think, let me see if we've captured the authentication flow so far. You can sign in. You can sign in. But this other one will be much later. We can do forget password. We can go back. The verify OTP. Let me check that as well. I'm checking this because I want to move to the next thing. That's verify email. Yeah, this is okay. Oh, I didn't even see this. I didn't even check this one. So verification successful. Where did you get this one from? Your account has been successfully verified. Do you need to, okay, you need to get this prompt, then you can then say you continue. Okay, so that's by the way for something else. Now we want to do another thing called, that's onboarding. That's the onboarding part, which is the business owner setup. This is a long story. I need this shortened. Shut down. Setup office line. Okay, let's go with it. Let's go with the flow. This is also a button. Interesting. Let me see. So variants. So which variants am I using? Link. I like the link. Yeah, it makes it look serious. Okay. We still need to change this one to link, I guess. It's going to change everything now. It has added some padding that I don't want. So padding 0, margin 0. Let me see. Okay, yeah, better. Okay, so that is better, but okay, let me leave that one for now. All these guys, they're supposed to be button. Okay, so let's log in to see how that one look like. You have to be logging in. So I need to see how this one. Oh, this one is a full button like this. So it can't be a button, it has to be a link. The same thing applies. I don't need margin and padding, so just flat it out. Yep, better. So when we are going into the next stage, we will change the templates altogether. I did mention that I want to use another approach when onboarding, which is, where is the doc again? I want to use something like this for, yep, something like this for onboarding. So this is better. Yeah, this is better. So we'll have a different feel to the whole thing. Okay, so we go with, so we're done with, technically we're a little bit done with this bit. So I can come here and create another. So here I can say authentication, then I create another folder. Tenant onboarding, but this is a very long name. So I'll say business onboarding. I'm gonna have two types of onboarding. There's the business onboarding and then there's the employee onboarding. So instead of that, I can just do onboarding, and inside it I'll do business and I'll do employee. Cool. I think that's kind of better to do that way. So let's kind of create our route. Where's our route? Our route is going to be, I need to clear all these pages, so it's kind of messed up. So I have so many things I'm looking up at the same time. So let me start up from the top. We've not actually touched the backend. Today is all front end. We are not doing backend today. So I have this one. Now this guy are all public thing. So if you find yourself here, it brings you to authentication parts. Okay, we can actually set up something else like here as well for people that are not registered as well, because this is a kind of secure part. All this one here are secure parts, you know, protected parts. Why do they call protected? I prefer to use secure. So this is authentication, and this guy happens to be onboarding. So the guy is fleshing itself out gradually. Do I have to say onboarding or just onboard? So let me rename that to onboard, because the onboarding thing is kind of long. Here's the rename guy. So when you come to, there's no automatic thing going on here. Am I going to maintain the same template for employer and employee? I think I should change template for both of them. I think I should use different templates so that it will be kind of obvious. So I'm gonna do something like this. So if you find your way here, then instead of authentication layouts, it's going to be business onboard layouts, which is okay. Well, when you come there for the first time, you can then go through steps. So these are step 1, step 2, step 3. So for now, for lack of a better word, I will just say, let me just dump something here. Step 1. Okay. Now we need to create this page. Business onboard layouts. We go here, it with every other layout that we have here. Oh, so we have a layout thing going on here. Why is this guy not using the route thing? Why ain't you using the route guy, the arts guy? So we'll have this page to be created. I just have to duplicate. Okay, I won't duplicate. I'll just start from scratch, because most times it will actually require me to do that. TXS, and we are good to go. Yep, I will just copy some. I'll just copy some things, and then we are good to go. So what's the name again? Okay, that's supposed to be the name, and we are returning some guys. What's your problem now? Okay, so what's the big deal? So you can't find the model yet, and this is one of the reasons why I just copy and paste, because sometimes we are not just seeing anything. So sometimes you just copy and paste, forget your sorrows. Okay, if something like this happens, you come here and do it the manual way. Now that we have it imported, okay, so let's get to see, hey, camera woman. Let's now get to see what are things that we need to remove from here. Virtually everything is going. I'm gonna comment on this, or we know where to get it when we need it. Now, templates. Let's get ourselves to this page. We know that our template, how will our template look like? Our template is changing totally from this old background thingy going on to something different. I'll just copy what we have here. I'll just do copy and paste. So this is a method I want to copy. They have a whole lot of things going on here. So they have the actual form. They have the, I'm looking at gallery vertical end before I go and copy what I don't need. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this code. So we are missing our login form. So this is supposed to be our outlet. Okay. Okay, so we then need to browse to this part and see how it shows. We have the part located at this guy, onboard business. So let's see Okay, so this is our onboard business. This is supposed to be the image part, the right image part, and the left supposed to be the form, but it's coming up. It's gonna come up gradually. So this is our step 1 that we have here, and this part on the right hand side is supposed to be our image. Now what's going on with our image? Why is it not showing? Let me see what they did. This is how they place the image in, and I have a thing for my image guy. Is actually I have to turn that into a component, something that spills out image for me. I have it in my authentication, so I need to find a way to turn this to a component. So let me just take the whole of this for now. Once we go in there, I will look at how to resolve it. Okay, so this is the image that I have, but the way I want to generate my own image is totally different from what I have here. I want my own image to be full as opposed to be half. So I have the opportunity of saying that I want the image to be, if I look at this resolution now, I think it's the other way around. It's going to be opposite. And if I have that, I will get image that is in that view. That's the idea of the kind of setup I've just done. But I want my image to fully take advantage of the full screen, and this won't stay on this part. So I might actually have to redesign my own section actually. So it uses 2-column approach. It's not using a flex. Okay, it's using a flex, but it's uses a grid in a flex. So wow, that's interesting. So it uses a column, a 2-grid setup. So it's hard. It's fixed that, hey, you have to be this. So it has done that here. But what I want to be able to do is able to fix. Let me see if this will work the way I want to do it. No, it won't work. Let me check this method. Where's my step 1? Oh, this one has now turned to white. Okay. Okay, so I have this is supposed to be opposite back. Let me turn it back to the way it was, and this one, let me just say hello here. Other stuffs here. So I have the first section and I have the second section. So it's working technically. It's not fully working yet because I still have my picture. I need my picture to come in here. I can see that the picture is repeating itself. It's kind of funny. So that's that. I need to make it full. Let me pick from what I did here. I hope it will not affect the design. Okay. So I need to make it full, not just half. So I think this one is having, okay, the background is muted. Yes, that's the problem. Good. Good. We're getting somewhere. So the background is muted here. So what I want to do is that the background is supposed to be not muted here, but muted here. Yes, I want it to be the opposite, whereby the form will be here while this beautiful image will be here. For the employee, it will be opposite. Yeah, so for now, that's what I want to do. I'm noticing that it's not equal. Why is one bigger than the other? That's kind of... Okay, is it a zoom thing? Let me see. Or maybe I zoomed it. Okay, that can be fixed later. Now, what I want to also do is the glass-like effect. So instead of background being, where did we specify mute? Okay, so there's it here. So we can do a background effect just like as I have it. How do I even do that stuff? Let me see. Where's the login guy? Okay. I need to change all of this stuff. So I'm about to cause some problem right now. Yep, I thought as much. So I want to remove quite a lot of things on it. It's not supposed to have so many things that I just put in here. Where are we starting from? So the block, the rounded, the shadow, the border, where does it stop? I think it stops here. Okay, so this is blurry. So what if it was towards the white? Let me see. There's no grayish, it's all white. No level of whiteness. So it should be towards white. I don't think I'm going to get the effect I want to get. This is what I want to do, but I don't know if it's going to give me that satisfaction, that feel of what I want to achieve. We might end up using a solid color. It will not give us, or it will not give me that effect I want. This is not pure center. So there are some things going on here that has affected the view. But why not just use flex? Minimum, I think this guy is costing some stuff. Grid 2. Let me try flex. Okay. But the content inside, you can do with what you like. Absolute. So, I need to think about this very well, especially because of the kind of picture. We also determine what we're expecting. So if we give up on it easily like that, we might miss out on the true results we are trying to achieve. Okay, let me see if I can make it full size, because I don't know why this part is smaller than this part. I have no idea. So let me see what's happening. So absolute insert 0. Oh. Okay. Let me check my result now. But this one still looks. Who asked you to blur this thing for me now? Who send you work? Send you work. So if we have a form here, okay, so if I have okay, this is definitely not what I want. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. We have that there. Remove the insert. Looks like a weird stuff. Centered background image. Full stuff is going on there. But what if we do that and this? Okay, so this one is the grid. Why are we not using flex? Okay, so I think this is what we are using. Oh, I need to blur this edge, kind of. It used to be like a blurry stuff, but let me see how it's going to pull it off for me. No, now. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. This is what I want to achieve. I like the, yeah. This is what I've been looking for. Okay. So I think I can push past that and let me try 90 to that. Yeah, this is what I've been looking for. But now is a way. I'm seeing something that I don't want to see. So we're going from 90. Let me see if I can do black. Let me try something first. Let me do black. So if we do, if you do white, so what if we go to 0? So that's the problem there. 60. This is blank. Okay, so this one. Okay, so now it's time to add some form into what we've been doing. We've finally done the needful. Do I need to add relative here? No. Okay. So I've done my layout, which took forever to do. And this is now time to now start adding those inner pages. I don't know what to call those forms now, but let me create my first form. So I can say step 1, for lack of a better name, TXX. So I have my step 1 there, and I'm going to call it in like so. So this is how it will be loaded. Of course, I'm not using these effects. Business. Okay, so let's start decorating that. I think we can afford to put both of them side by side and try to do some stuff. Again, I'm going to remove everything. So it's going to be very, very basic. We're going to load the form thing in. I think this is the first time I'm going to be doing the bare minimal, like adding the form type. So there are some stuff that I've not used, which is I'm looking for the name now. Form field, form label, description, and form field. We've not used them, so I think I'll be using it for now. So before I start, I will just go and import it right from, let me see how to import it. So form elements in ShadCN. So to install it, we will need to do that's pnpm dlx. We're adding a couple of things. We're adding imputes. I don't know if I can chain them like that. We have button already. Let me see if I can chain to add them like that. So I just added impute and select. I think I can do that. So I know it has like dependencies and what have you, but as we use them, we'll get to see what are the things that it has. So we just entered, we just added impute and select. There's quite some things I think I will need as well, which is field. So we're going to be needing fields. while it's installing, I want to copy something I saw online and let that be the basis of what we have. So I saw this online, and I'm going to be importing every little thing that's going to be needing. Okay, so CN is a thing. Just imported CN. Oh, this thing is treating it as a component. Nah, I don't want it in as a component. I just want you as a regular form. So let's treat you like a regular form. So we don't have form group at all. We didn't install that. So let's install the form group. CD web. Let me see all the things that we have there now. We have UI. There's something like field yet. So PNPN. So let me install form. So the form came with a couple of things. So we now have all this in form came with all these things. So we should be able to, yes. So we're supposed to look for form, and it should do that for us. So it came with field label, inputs. I know we did our own input, but let's get to see. We already have button, so we have this separator, field description. Okay, we are getting somewhere. So this is the result of if we use what we have. Why is this one just sitting there? Oh, okay, so that's it. So this is from what we have. Continue with this. So let me clear it so that we can have our own thing going there. If I try to minimize, we have this thing going on. So I need to create a expectation. This width is too much. Or let's see. Okay, So we need to prepare our form, login details to match what it is that we are doing. Okay, so I want to repurpose this to something else. I don't know why he's still putting Git up there. So tenant onboarding form. So let's rename this one to tenant onboarding form, so that you can load it. Why is it saying onboarding your tenants? This guy is not serious. Trying is onboarding your tenants. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. But are we supposed to put louder? Okay, so that's much more better. So I think the stamp one thing was on the right track. So I have to go and rename everything again. Okay, yes, it's making sense now. I've not done Angular. I don't think I will try Angular. I don't think so, except there's a reason there's really a need to, then I can give it a try. But at this moment, there's no reason why I should be trying something that's new. Not new, but I don't think I want to do that. Okay. Okay, so this is supposed to be the onboarding side of things, but is this what I need for an onboarding information? Let me see. Why is it looking like I can't see this thing very well? Is it just me? Okay. Why is it using black? So default is black. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Let me put it to white and see what happens. So if this guy go all white, where is that guy again? Oh, okay, so that's at this part. Oh, that's not what I mean. So the same thing, even as at white, we still get that effect. So I think I know what is wrong with it. Well, this one is not like that. Let me first go back to setting up some things. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, let me change this one to, what other thing do we have? Gross outline secondary. How did that blue thing come up? Is it primary? It's not primary. So how did it choose black? Kind of how did it know to pick black? Okay, I'll just leave it like that too. Now let me look at the theme. What's going on with the theme here? So let me remove the background first and get to see what's going on. So even with the background, okay, maybe because there's a pinkish. So let me make it plain white and see the difference. Let me still remove the background and make it plain white. So it's still from here. So this one is supposed to be 100. This purple, let me do black or white. Let me do white. Okay, I think it's looking sharper. Then let me add back the image. Okay, the difference is there. me check something. I think this gradient thing is having an effect on it. We shouldn't be doing gradients. We should just do a fixed stuff. So what kind of grade from... Okay, I'll come back to this gradient thing later. But DG white. So let me see what happened to black. Okay. So if I go to... Okay, so I think I know what I'm gonna do. So let me revert back to where we are coming from. So a simple white just works, kind of. This is just a simple white. So if we try to do any form of transparency, we'll get it. Any form of transparency will put us in trouble. So if I do for 90, so okay, this is not bad. This is a little bit of transparency. This is 90. I think shaving, putting different color on it kind of creates something there. This is dark mode. Once we get to dark mode part, that one is another day, another thing for another day. This is for dark mode, text white. So dark mode is gonna look something like this. And yep. But let's continue with bright mode outside. Paste. Okay, so I think this is looking better. So all the label and everything here was put together by no one else but what's the name of this other guy? Yeah. So we had a field group, we have field, we have label, we have input. Man has his own ID and thing like that. Of course, I'm not submitting anything yet. So if you want to submit, that's another thing. I don't know if it does validation. I just hope it does because we will then need to start depending on something else to help us for validation. So I think putting the background mildly, because right now it's transparent but at a very, very light transparent level, which is fairly not visible. But because the more you make it visible, the more you find it hard to read, and you don't want to make that happen. That's not the point of this stuff. You're not trying to make it hard for your user to read what you are doing. So we then need to fix this weird behavior. I didn't even look at this. So this needs to be fixed. So that will be fixed from, so I would then not worry about this one. I'll fix it from this part here. I think it should allow class name. Oh, it doesn't allow class name. That's interesting. So maximum width should be I think 700 pixels. Let me see how it does that for us. So at no point should the form, go away in a crazy view. Okay, so let's give it a try. So 700 even looks too much. I think 600 should just be it. So if you, anywhere you go, I think it's better. Yeah, this is better. But you want to, yes. So because our form are gonna be very straightforward, not so much too detailed. Then we want to also have a way to, because it's gonna be in step. This is just step one. There are gonna be multiple steps, so it's gonna be like a wizard kind of a thing going on. Okay, so I have this thing repeated so many times. I think I need to start turning some things into a component so that we just reuse when needed. So I just call it copyright. So I just call it copyright text. I don't want to call it footer. Can call it that, sure. So I have this one here, but I'm even thinking of converting the whole thing itself. so that you can put your more class name. I hope you're not gonna wipe out this one. No, I want to just add. Okay, good. Are you sabi? Okay, so that becomes a props. You can add more stuff to it. So by default it's centered and it's showing small stuff. Okay, so we can then make use of it like so. Copyright text, copyright. Don't go write nonsense. Okay, so we have it sitting right there. And where is the app layout? Authentication layout. So here this one has some crazy stuff. So that's why I needed that class name thing. So it already had this and this, but it does not have this new one. So that will sit right there, and that should just work like that. Okay, we also use it for now. I'll just leave it in that place. Okay, so going back to where we stop, the next thing we need to now get is the questions we want to. Apart from that, we still need to properly align how we're going to be doing the next, and how we're going to provide an indication to show the user which stage they are in. And yes, we need to do that. There are various options. We could provide a place here to kind of say stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Let me see if this guy has it, because right now what was just going through my head is how to build it. So let's quickly check, and that's the purpose of having a UI like this, so that we don't need to build what is already built. Let's see from the components. I will try and speed check to see if we have something like that. So chat command, it's not a drawer, it's more of like used in a form though. Resize scroll area, sheet, sidebar, snoozer. Let me see what that snoozer is. Switch, tab, toss, toggle. I think they have it, but I don't just know where it is. But let's check what they have in their form. I don't think they have it. I don't think they have it. Let me search the net. Let me search ChatGPT if it has something like that. Okay, I think process bar can be a thing. Let's search for progress bar. So there's a progress. So yeah, it is, but it's not that's one thing with tools. It is, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. I want it to like group it into different components, not just a full progress bar. This takes us back to okay, step indicator. So ChatGPT is trying to create something for me that I can use. You say we should create step indicator. Progress 33. But I don't want that to... I want something better. I've seen better progress bar. That's where you say you can't have it all. I want to have it all. I thought I saw it somewhere. So what about stepper? Let me see. Component. Is this in called stepper? Okay, so there's no... Let me see the UI. So now, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Something like this. But maybe not exactly. Not exactly. But something like this. So when you are done with one, you go, so you know where you are, and then you know where you are trying to actually achieve, where you are trying to get to. This is another one. Hey, I didn't ask you to open the whole place. This is another one. So you do this, this, and you know where you are getting to the next one. But this is a very straightforward stuff. Why doesn't it have it? Let me check this pagination. I thought it had all this thing. Definitely it's not slider. It's not slider. Toggle group. Impute group. Let me see impute group. Let me see if I can check some of their examples, because sometimes they will just, you know, slap things together and do something nice with it. I think I've seen featured. We've seen their OTP. Yeah, I like this. Before we go, let's make use of their OTP interface. I didn't like the OTP interface that we did. I didn't like it at all. So let's make use of their own. I like the spacing that we're able to do here. So let's correct our OTP page. I didn't like it a bit. So it's called very far email. Yes, I didn't like this. So let's use what they have, something that is similar to So one of the things that I like was the fact that they separated each of the column, and let me see, it was rounded. Yeah, even this is not bad, but it's too thick and it's taking too much attention. So let's go to where we implemented the OTP thing. So I think this can afford to be smaller. Verify OTP. So this is where the magic is happening. So here, I'll just put what they put there. Oh, that's interesting. They just put everything here. Then this is no longer necessary. Okay, maybe so. Input group OTP, yeah. Then they made use of in fact, let me just copy their code and dump it there, and then we'll see what we get in return. Let's just copy their code. Let's copy all the things that they have there. So that means I'm going to do away with all these things because it's not necessary. We're not even using them to start with. So I remove all the handle and the testing thing. These are not supposed to do anything. And I come inside here and just, oh, this is the verified. I like but I like this one now. Let me keep it. But I'm still coming. Let's first fix this one. Let's fix our old OTP. Yes, I got a lot of errors. I need to be able to install card. So let's get card going. I don't know if it's card is what they call it. So if you install card components, remove this guy, remove this guy. Let's bring in, let's try and see if card has been installed. Yep, card is in. Card title, card description, card contents. We already have this one. We have a field. We have this. More components, plenty. We have field description. What is left? We have card left. So we didn't bring the first card in. So the main guy. We are still missing something. Okay, import this guy. Good, we're almost there. I thought I commented out this one. Okay, the commenting didn't work very well. I like the way that guy looks. So we need to remove the border thing. Let's remove the border thing. That's what came with the So how do we remove that? That's a card. Wow. That's a card. That's a card. This card is gonna put us in trouble. That card guy is gonna put us in trouble. The method we've used is wonderful. So we need to we have two options. We need to take the car outside. One, then we'll make the car transparent. Then we remove the border. Okay, still not perfect. So the thing is, we can't use what they have given us. Our over styling has affected our team. Yeah, that's it. If we must use what they use, we must not style anything. Wow, that's serious. If we must use what they use, we must learn not to style anything. So I will undo this and we'll continue what we're doing. And hey, we've come to that point again whereby the whole thing has stopped working. Now I'm stuck. Back to square one. So, but first of all, let me just comment this one out. And okay, you have a div. So the only solution I can do for this one is to convert this one to normal stuff. So this one can just be h2 and this one can just be small. Is it h2 or h1? Which one is better? But why is this still small even as I say h2 and h1? Okay, so this one is holding contents. I remove this one, card contents. Okay, so this guy has ruined our design. Has ruined our design. Let me see if I can get my original code back. Let me generate my original code back. This guy has so let me go back to the login page. Verify. So I want to regenerate this page again. I don't know why once you do something like this, you can't undo again, and then you are locked in. You're locked in for life. So this guy is doing what I did not send it to do, but I don't have a choice at this moment. This code is way longer than I want it to be. Wow. Things that I did not ask you to do, you are doing it for me. Okay. What can I say? Okay, so this is what it did for me. Okay, so it has gone ahead and do things that I did not ask it to do. But at this point, I'm not going to. Why are you? Hey, who asked you all this wahala? Okay, so let's try it again. I've given it a better prompt, and I hope it will do something better. So this should be in the middle. Verify should come up. Come on, do I have to show you everything? Okay, so we have this one that says this, and the button is here. Recent. This time around it did this one for me this time around. So it's actually supposed to be in center, but it didn't find itself inside in the center. Interesting. Why is it not looping? Why are you not looping? 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay. Okay, so that's that one. This thing, you should just put it in the loop now. So imagine But what I realize is that this is supposed to be, why is it not doing what it's supposed to do? Okay, like seriously? So interesting. I don't need that. This is just good. Where's that Excel? Large. But you have the weird. Okay, so we'll just stay like that. Okay. What's that color again? Because it's shouting too much actually. Okay, so height. So we did 15 the other time. How do I change font size? I don't think I've written font size before. Okay. Okay. Those numbers are important to us. Yep. But 3 is not bad. Yeah. I would have done this, but okay, so the part that I want to also focus on is text center. This is not working. Okay, so you can do resend. So it does that. Verify. So this one is fully functioning, working to some point. So this is supposed to be actually 5. So I actually still prefer 5 digits to 6 digits. Okay, so I think we've cleaned up this literally to some point. I think I like the view right now, but we need to also send it back to allow for send back. Resent, verify email. Which one is coming here? Okay, that's the verify email. After this one, we need to say back. I don't think we need all this guy. So oh, it's even 12 o'clock. It's morning. Good morning. How are you doing? I think I should be rounding up. But that's all. So I think that should be okay. That should be okay, fairly okay. Resend. Ha 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 ha. When you resend, you can't go back anymore. I like that. So, but even though that's not what we intend to achieve. Okay. The next part is the envelope. We're coming from somewhere. We're trying to do something. We got sidetracked. Let me go back to... We were at onboarding business. Yes, I remember what we're trying to do. We're trying to check out how we can do like a progress bar thingy. That's a stepper. Yes, we're looking for a stepper, and we're looking at what we have here before I stumble on this other thing. So sign up. So this is virtually what we just did now, but now we need a stepper. We might just end up doing our own thing, but let me check what is here. This progress bar or this pagination. This is toggle, not what we're looking for. This input group, not what we're looking for. Ah, so they even have this. I didn't know they have this. That's nice. I didn't know they have something like this. This one is even working too. The icon is even working. Oh, that's great. But why is it that they don't have what we're looking for? I'm sure they combine it together to form a particular code. Okay, so time to build our own stepper. First, we must have like a pictorial view of what we are trying to do, the kind of stepper we're trying to build. Let me have, and once after we've done this stepper, that will be all for the day. Let me see stepper UI design. This is a lazy man's way of doing it. And we're going to be needing that a lot in the design of what we're doing. Let me see. There's this AI we use to design stuff. I can't remember the AI name again now. Okay, so that's it. So let me tell it to design a stepper for me. Let me even see what it's going to do. Okay, so let me see what it's going to do for me. What do they call this one? Turn production into the UI design. So let me see what it's going to do. And then while it's doing its thing, so we're gonna have something like so. Okay, I will not create it first. I will first go and write the code inside step 1. And where am I gonna have it? Okay. Really? Do we want to do something like this? Really, really, really? Really? So this is what it did for us. Okay, so let me do what I have in mind. Quickly, let me do what I have in mind. So at least I know of how these stuffs roll. And I'm gonna first do something static, and then I'm gonna automate it. So let's quickly start that process. I'm gonna put it somewhere here. Let me make it something that you guys will see very well. So it's going to be here. So, well, I don't know which method to start with first. I can start with, should I let AI create it for me or should I just do it from scratch myself? So I call it stepper, lack of a better word, TSX. So let me even tell it to create something for me. So that I will build on that stuff that it creates. What I want to create is in my head though. I don't think he will be able to know what I want to do. Maybe I should just go basic. Okay, so let me just tell it first so that I can build on whatever it does. Create a stepper where I will have total steps, current and current step. And the title and the step last page. Yeah. Okay, so let's have it do this for us and I'll pick it up from there. Okay, so stepper, I can go to stepper. That stepper is a nice word. So let me go and start bringing it in our stage 1 here. So let me import it. Let me see the props that it created. Total steps, current steps. Why are you repeating total? So just say total. This is total. Current. Title. So see total is total, current is 1, and then title, new info. Wow, that's nice. I didn't know it was gonna do something this nice for me. Okay. But I had something else in mind though. Wow. That's nice. I don't think I need to build anything anymore. So it has gone ahead and do something nice for me. Which I didn't expect that. But which one is NE new? Why did it split? Why did it split the word for me like that? So the idea is that, okay, is it that you want to, I didn't know the idea behind this, but why is it not aligning the, in fact, I'm not going to build anything again. I'm going to use what it did, right? And we're going to use it, but I'll just fine tune it a little bit. So he wanted me to provide detail to all the title. Is that what he's trying to do? Well, okay, let me see. I think he wanted me to provide an array. Why is it now red? String is not assignable to string array, so this one, he wants me to provide individual value. Well, let me see. That's not even. So we can use proper icon for all these things. But I'm not sure I like the way the stepper works. Let me try another alternative to the stepper. Okay, so if I have one, okay, so I think I'm liking this one. Let's see, register step 1. Step 1, step 3. I think this is what I had in mind. Even though what it did was not bad, it's cool, but ultimately this was what my head has been I've envisioned, so that this way you know where you are, and then immediately you go to step 2, you go like that, and but I need to change the colors. I don't like the color that is showing. Then when you're in step 3, you know you are there, and when you finish, you finish. So let me leave it step 2 and go and change the colors of what I have there. So let me make it big like so. So this one goes from, where's the blue thing in? So okay, if I now go to step 3, yeah, this is what I was expecting it to do. Now we now have well, we will now be making it complex. So let me see the components that I made use of. All are components, no special components. So let me see if the step were more. So if I have 5 steps, I have to do this. Let me see if I have 10 steps. Okay, so that's how it will be. But that's the disadvantage of so of course you will not want to have any form that will have this number of steps. Something is wrong. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. Anything more than 4, suicide. And users are going to dump you before you know what's up. So I'm looking for my gap. So with 3. Okay, so this is the guy that is responsible for the gap. Yeah, I like the rounded stuff. Height is okay. Definitely it's good like so. So the no problem. The title is where I am now. The title alignment. I think align to the left is not bad. So this should be stats. It's not even responding. Okay, so this is the item. This should be it. Yep, stats. So the alignment of the item is there. Okay. So will I always want it like this? So if I want to change this one, I think I can in the future decide to do it. And because I have a theme I'm using, I kind of will go for purple or orange. Okay. So the current active one is this. The green is all good. I think orange is okay. Stays where you are. Okay, so we have done this stepper, and that will be, let me confirm that the stepper is where I want it to be. Does this guy come with class name? looking at where should the stepper be, way up, or it's okay there. I think the stepper should be way up. So we need to be able to do class name. Actually, the whole thing needs to be like an object. Of course, that is the whole thing here. So we need to be able to put in our class name. Where's this guy? Like seriously? Where's that guy? But I'm just looking at where this thing will be. It's supposed to be way high, but the way we design this page is that we make it center. So this is always going to be like this. So if this page was small, so this is always going to be in eye level to the person watching it, but it's supposed to actually be here at any point. How do you fix to the top? That's not the solution though. Okay, so we've been able to do a lot of stuff today. It's time to say good night, or will I say good morning? Even the AI guy is tired of generating code for me. Okay, so I guess that's all for today. Let me push all my changes and that'll be it. So guys, see you later tomorrow.